Hello, everybody. I am officially live. I hope that you are doing well this fine Friday, or at least it's Friday for me. And if you're new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints every Friday. And hope that you have come with something to either read or do today. So do let me know what it is that you are reading or working on tonight. And as always, I have some fun questions that I will ask during each sprint. I am still reading Our Share of Night by Mariana Enriquez. I'm really enjoying it still. This past week was incredibly busy and stressful. Kat knows because I was on her channel and I was like, hey, I'm popping in on her Wednesday sprints because I had hosted an event that had 131 people at it. And this week has just been crazy. So, very happy to be here as always and to see everybody in the comments. So, as always, this is just a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, or put a fan on you, depending on where you are in the world. It is finally starting to get warmer here, but today is an incredibly windy day, and I have no idea if it's going to pick up on the microphone or not, but it's like crazy how windy it is. Right now, I'm just drinking some water. Keaton, in all of his sweetness, is actually headed home right now, and he's picking up Subway for me. So I'm really excited to have my sandwich, which I will probably be eating during our first sprint. So I'm gonna go over to the chat and just say hello to everybody and see how everyone's doing. And Kat is here. Hello, Kat. You said, "Hey, Alex, happy weekend." Happy weekend to you too, my friend. How are you? How is life treating you? Is everything going well with your mom? I hope that it is. And Miss Starbuck, also known as Magnolia, is here. Hello. And you said, hello, Alex. Hello, Kat. Hello, everybody. Kat says, I'm starting off with some productivity tasks. Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that. And you said, hi, Miss Starbuck. And Melinda, oh my gosh, hello. Good to see you. You said hello, first time on these sprints. Yes, it is. I'm glad that you were able to make it. And also, how are you doing? How is life treating you as we are heading into the warmer months? I hope that is going very well. Faye, hello. Welcome back. And you said hello. I'm reading The Angel of Indian Lake by Stephen Graham Jones. Cool, which is excellent so far. I have not heard of that one and I haven't read it yet. I am interested in picking up another Stephen Graham Jones. So, Faye, if you end up telling me at the end of the book that you're like, oh, yeah, I loved it, that might be the next one that I pick up. Because I'm trying to think, oh, what was his other like really popular one that people talk about? Because the one that I read was The Only Good Indians, but there's another one by him that people read all the time. It wasn't tinfoil butterflies. It was something else. Let me know if you know what I'm talking about. Heidi, welcome. Heidi says, hello, Alex. Not much reading this week due to all the pro hockey and baseball, but almost done listening to Ship of Magic. That's very exciting. And Heidi, I also have been watching and listening to baseball this week. It has been incredibly exciting to get to like watch my team again. And so that's part of the reason I also haven't gotten as much reading done. I've either been busy with work or I've been so tired that the only thing that I can enjoy doing is relaxing and watching baseball. And Melinda says, I think I'll work on Death Comes for the Archbishop, at least for the first sprint. Awesome. That's a cool title name, too. And Magnolia says, this week here was crazy as well. First saving a sheep from a farmer. Oh my gosh. I'm going to assume that he was abusing said sheep. And if so, good on you for saving that sweet little animal. You said next day, the tap of the CV exploded. So half of the attic underwater, leak some of the bedrooms, and even the front door. No. Oh, I am so sorry. That is way too much to deal with, especially in 1 week. I mean, you never should have to deal with that, but I am so sorry. I hope that everybody's okay and that it's covered by your insurance. And Kat says, at Melinda Web Stories, howdy. And Faye says, it's the third in the trilogy with My Heart is a Chainsaw. That was it. My Heart is a Chainsaw. Thank you, Faye. That was it. I don't know why I was thinking of tinfoil butterflies. Maybe, like, in my mind, chainsaw was going along with metal. I don't know. But yes, My Heart is a Chainsaw, and then Don't Fear the Reaper. I knew that there was a sequel. I didn't know there was a third one out, so good to know. Hi, Diane. Good to see you. You said afternoon. Well, welcome back. And Kat says The Angel of Indian Lake is the third. Yes. Thank you so much for that. And Christina, how you doing? And she says, hello, beautiful people. Sprint hopping a bit and baking a bit, hoping to read a bit too, hugging the like button. Thank you so much, my friend. I always appreciate that. Both that you're here and that you boop the like button. And Magnolia says, I will be finishing my book Ghostbusters this evening. Only 51 pages left. Very nice. Happy for you. And Melinda says, hey, Kat. And Kat says, hey, Christina. Heidi says, Leslie at the Nerdy Narrative was disappointed by that Indian Lake book. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That's a bummer. Emily, hello. Good to see you. Said hello back with a little hug emoji. I love that. Hugs to you too. Heidi says, Alex, who is your team? St. Louis Cardinal or Cincinnati Reds? Neither. That's the thing that I love about it is most people, when I tell them my team, they go, what? And my team is actually the Milwaukee Brewers. And in case you're wondering why my team is the Milwaukee Brewers, at my last job, I had to travel a lot because part of my role was that I actually trained people, and the home office was in Milwaukee. So I spent a lot of time in that city, and I loved it. And that's where I learned about baseball, and I got to know about baseball. And so naturally, my affinity is for that city and for the Milwaukee Brewers. Yeah, so that's a lot of fun. And Heidi, I'm trying to remember, are you a Red Sox fan? Forgive me. I can't remember exactly which team was yours. And Christina says, hi, Kat. And Magnolia says, no, sorry, I meant saving the sheep, not our sheep, but from a farmer. It was laying in a wrong position. Couldn't get up, and luckily the water damage is at its minimum. Okay, well, that is good to hear. Water damage is like one of the worst things to have to deal with as part of my job. I Part of my job is working with real estate, not just like event hosting, and dealing with water mitigation is like one of my greatest fears because of like how damaging water is. So that's why when you said that, I was immediately just going, no, I'm so sorry, because I understand how rough that is. So I'm glad that it's at a minimum. Kat says, hey, Heidi and Faye. And Christina says, just took the cornbread out of the oven. Smells so good. Yeah. And now I have to wait an hour or two before I eat it. That is the worst. Absolutely. And Carissa is here and says, hey guys, Carissa from A Lovable Reader. Good to see you. And Faye says, hi, Kat. Heidi says, New York Mets. Got it. Your team swept mine, but they are hot now. Yeah, the Brewers are doing really well, and hopefully for you, the Mets are as well. So I was really excited because their face off, at least for the Brewers against the Reds, we kicked their butts the last couple games. It was a lot of fun. And Faye says Toronto Blue Jays all the way. That's awesome. And Carissa says, I will be continuing with Words of Radiance. I haven't been reading much this week, so I haven't made much progress. Me either. So you and I are in the same boat because I'm still on my book as well. So don't worry about it at all. That's one of the things I've been embracing lately, is just that there are no expectations except the ones I place on myself. And Magnolia says, when I finish my book, I need to see what will be my next read. Yes, that's always so exciting to pick your next one. Christina says, I mean, only if I want to share it with hubby. That's true. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to be good and kind and generous with your cornbread, you do probably want to wait. Because if you're anything like me, when you start eating, it makes it very difficult to stop eating. So it might be easier to wait. And Magnolia says, I now have the problem. I want to read all of the books on my TBR. I'm curious of them all, so help. Okay, well, why don't you put like 3 of them into the chat and just say, like, pick 3, like 3 that have a cool title or that you're the most interested in reading, and I will choose one for you. Probably not having any context of what it's about or how good it is, but I will choose one for you. I will be happy to do that. And Heidi says, "Hi, Kat. I've been watching your old sprints and I feel like I know Ice Cream Bar now." Ice Cream Bar is so cool. I love him. And I love it when Kat talks about him. And like, I've seen pictures and he's really cool. He's really cute too. I like snakes though. So, oh, we can get started on our first sprint here. So, if y'all like, you can tell me whether you want it to be for 30 or 45 minutes. Do tell what our first one will be. Do. First one up is the winner. And Christina says, "Hi, Carissa." All the hellos going around. I love it. Still love that everybody knows everybody. And Kat says 45. Well, wouldn't you know it, Kat? I had a feeling that the first one was going to be 45, so I already had it pulled up. There you go. Perfect. And Melinda agrees 45. So that is what we will do. And I also have to give you all your first question. And I think I have some pretty good ones. So I'm curious here. My first one is going to be a would you rather question. And that is going to be, would you rather have more time or more money? And no, you can't say both. I know everybody wishes they had both, but you have to pick one and also give the reason why you chose that one. Do let me know. And Carissa says, "Hi, Christina." Diane agreed at 45 minutes. And Miss Starbucks says, "Okay, 3 titles. I will wait for them to come through after this first sprint, and I will select then." And Christina agreed and said 45. So perfect. All right, I got it up on the clock. Got cute little Pomodoro kitty here. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 232, so not bad. Oh, I forgot to stop the cat. There we go. All right. So I asked you all the question before we left. Would you rather have more time or more money? And I did say, don't say both because everybody would like both. But I'm curious which one specifically you would choose if you could and why that one. So I'm going to go back here. Find the last comment. That one was from Kat, and she said, "Hey, Carissa and Heidi, Ice Cream Bar is a beautiful boy. He's currently starting his next shedding cycle." Oh, that's exciting because that means that he's probably getting bigger, right, Kat? How long is he now? Because he was a pretty decent size. And Carissa says, "Hey, Kat," and Faye says, "Money. I'm sick of being poor." Honestly, that's a fair enough reason. Money can buy a lot of things that can also bring happiness. And Kat says, "More money so I can own my time." There, you know what? Very clever answer. And I appreciate that, Kat. Great job. Diane says, "Money to buy all the books and move to Hawaii and read Sun and Splash." That is hilarious to me, Diane, that you said Hawaii, because I made a comment to Keaton during the really cold months that I was like, I just want to pack up everything and move to Hawaii, or I want to retire in Hawaii. And he was texting with me at the time, and he's like, "It's really expensive to live there." And I was like, "Yeah, I know. I don't care. I just want to leave, just because I hate being cold." And Hawaii is one of the states that is just always warm. Of course, that, it has its own problems, but I just want to be warm. Dee Dee, hello. You said, "Hey, Alex, pop in to say hi and tap the like button." Thank you so much, my friend. Appreciate you. Mary Lou, hello. And you said, "Hello, everyone." Mary Lou, I love your little, is that a puffin or a type of penguin that's on there? It's adorable. I love your picture. Carissa says, "I would rather have more money. I want to travel, and it's kind of hard to do when I don't have the money." Totally agree. Need money to be able to fund really cool trips. Mary Lou says, "More time. Somehow, even though I'm retired, there never seems to be enough time." Yeah, Mary Lou, I think I'm kind of falling into that category too. As I said, like, given the option, of course, people would take both, but I feel like time is one of the most valuable commodities that we have. And if given the opportunity, I would like stop time and give myself like an extra set of hours every day to just, have fun and relax and do whatever I could and then start time again and go to sleep. But it's just, I know it's not something that we can do, but I would if I could. And Miss Starbucks said, "One, the lost future of Pepper Harrow, even if we break, and Yellowface." Okay. I would say so Yellowface isn't the interesting choice because of how many people have read it, and I'm curious to hear your thoughts. But if I'm going based off of cool title, I would have to say The Lost Future of Pepper Harrow, because that sounds like the kind of book that I would gravitate towards. So if I'm making a choice, I'm going with number one. And Magnolia says, "More time because I have a lot of hobbies and passions. And also, when I have more time, I can always make more money in that time." So, gotcha. And that's very clever too. So, Kat, wants to have more money so she can buy her time. And Magnolia wants to have more time so that she can make more money. So, there you go. Heidi says, "I say more time. Many times I've been through tough financial times, and you can get used to going without. It's all about enjoying the simple things." Yeah, absolutely. That's a great perspective to have. And Emily says, "More time with friends and family. If it's just more time in general, then more money." You can obviously, of course, if like we're in this hypothetical, you can make it more time in any way that you want. So if you want it to be more time with specific people, you can do that. Also, apologies. Keaton just got home and has my Subway. Thank you. I appreciate him. Did you give me a foot long?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
You are welcome.
I'm so excited.
I'm going to close the door because I'm going to take him out. He might make some noise.
Oh, okay. Awesome. He gets a second walk today. Bubby is spoiled. Yeah, I got my sandwich, so I'm really excited about that. And you can hear Barker freaking out in the background, so sorry about that. And Heidi says, "I love those tiny houses. I could be happy in one of those if it was located in some wilderness setting with audiobooks on the app. No need for bookcases." Yeah, that's true. Tiny homes. It's so funny that you brought that one up because I asked a question on my weekly huddle with my group that I work with. And my question to them was, what's one thing that you really want to do but you're afraid to try? And my manager actually said live in a tiny house. Now keep in mind that he's married with 4 children and they have 3 animals. So he was like, I don't know how we would make that happen. And that's part of what terrifies me. But the idea of living in a tiny home is great. And it's like, yeah, I think that they're cool too. But you have to get one that's well made because Lord knows that some of them are a jip. And Diane says, I'm starting Everywhere You Look by Liv Constantine. I hope that it is fantastic. Magnolia says, I forgot to mention the authors. You still need those as well? No, I went based off a book title. So I hope that helps. And Kat says, hey, Mary Lou. Heidi says, Magnolia, what are some of your hobbies besides books? And Jessica, good to see you. You said morning, only half an hour late, taking it easy with audiobooks today, although I fell asleep through one, so I need to go back about an hour. Yeah, that's a perfect reason of why I don't listen to audiobooks is because my mind would wander and I probably would fall asleep. So sorry to hear that you fell asleep, but I hope that you catch up and that it's an engaging story and that you don't fall asleep again. Heidi says, Christina, I am making a cornbread pudding tomorrow night with shrimp tacos. I mix Jiffy cornbread mix with a stick of butter and cream corn. Yes, that is pretty much what I call corn cake. Like if you've ever had Chi-Chi's corn mix, it's a brand. All right, it's the exact same thing. It's just cornbread mix, butter, and cream corn. So you're making corn cake. I love that. Especially if it's sweet corn. And Jessica says, more money. I need less time, LOL, at least in terms of waiting for surgery. But if I had more money, it would be here. Give me drugs and I'll see you on the other side. That's true. You know, money can buy a lot of things, including speed in certain cases. So I'm sorry to hear that you're having to wait for surgery. That's terrible. He said, plus I bought a $225 book last night. Oh, damn! Out of print Stephen King book, but give it a few years and it'll be worth even more of a pretty penny than it is now. Well, congratulations to you. Being able to buy collector's editions of books can be a lot of fun. I have some myself, so nice. And also, which Stephen King book is it? Because I'm curious which one it is. Magnolia says, Heidi, some other hobbies are being creative, such as coloring, journaling. I do have a lot of journals, diamond painting, etc., biking, photography, writing stories, collecting, listening to music, and more. Yes, you stay busy, my friend, and that is something I appreciate. I also have a lot of hobbies that like pull me in different directions. I would always say that reading is probably my biggest hobby, especially with like the amount of mental real estate that it takes up. But like we were talking about, you know, baseball earlier and like playing video games and playing card games and hanging out with people. And it just, I really do also feel that I do not have enough hours in the day. And that if I had more time, I would also spend more time with the people that I love. So I'm still sticking on to that. And Alicia, hello. Alicia says, hello, just joining, making dinner, taking sinus meds. You poor thing. And read 43 pages of Icebreaker. Well, good job for your reading. I'm assuming that you either have allergies or maybe are suffering from some type of cold. I'm sorry for that. He said, to answer the question, I would rather have more money. I could pay my debts off faster and then do more for my kids. That's a beautiful goal and thought to have. Robert comes in with a question. Should Alex teach Barker table tennis or sign Keaton up for the roller derby? Oh, Robert, you have some really good questions. I might need to like send you an email or something and be like, here, give me some ideas for the week because yours are fantastic. I'm trying to think of which one I would pick. Honestly, I would probably select Keaton in the roller derby, but I don't know if he can skate. And that would, well, depending on who you are, make that worse or funnier. I don't want him to get hurt, so I would probably have to say worse, but other people might laugh. And Angel, hello. Angel says, hello, everyone. Robert says, I'm reading Paladin of Souls by Louise McMaster Bujold. Oh, and the answer is always money. Hello, room. Heidi says, Robert, you made me belly laugh with your question. Kat had a roller skating question on her. Oh, would you rather question on her Wednesday sprint. I'm really bummed that I missed that one. I always hate it when I miss Cat sprints. And it's always because my once a month, like late night event is required to be on a Wednesday. And so once a month, I will always miss sprints. Robert says, Heidi, I have an internet friend that was into roller derby, and I found a Susie Hot Rod trading card. Cool. Love that. Heidi says, Robert, one of my husband's fave movies is some roller derby movie with James Caan. Maybe Susie is in that movie. I'm sure Caan is not the real reason he likes it. I never bothered to watch it. Robert says, rollerball. Love it. Storm says, Hi, Storm. Hi, everyone. Just finished a book, so not reading right now, eating dinner. Fabulous. I'm going to be eating my dinner soon, too. I got a turkey sandwich from Subway that's double turkey, double American cheese with mayonnaise, pickle, and olives. So I'm going to be eating well tonight. I love sandwiches. Like, I'm a huge sandwich person. Jessica says, Hi, Storm. Kat says, Hey, Storm, what's for dinner? Yes, I should have asked that. Miss Starbuck says, I am at page 156 of 180. Fantastic. Or Heidi says, Alex, what are you reading? I am still reading Our Share of Night, my friend. This week was a super slow week, and I got to read almost not at all. My reading was basically non-existent. So I have quite a lot of reading still to get through in this book, but you know what? That's okay. Taking it easy this month. I need that after last month. Faye says, I read 22 pages, now at 177 out of 442. Awesome. Also, is it just me or does it seem like April is going by quick? It's already April 12th, and it's kind of weirding me out. Storm says, Hi, Jessica and Kat. I just made some hamburger meat, put pizza sauce and cheese on it, and put it over the top of tater tots. Yeah. Oh, I love me some tater tot meals. That sounds so good. Miss Starbucks says, Oh, your answer was even smarter, Kat. I like that. Kat says, We haven't measured ice cream bar in some time. We'll have to measure him once he sheds. He's getting bigger in a long way, if that makes sense. Yes, that's what I was expecting, is that he was growing lengthwise, not necessarily getting fatter. Although if he was getting fatter, it just means he's well fed. Carissa says, I made it to page 385. Nice. Jessica says, Oh my God, Storm, that sounds divine. I may or may not have to steal that. You should definitely try it. Tater tots are bomb. Storm says, I would say money so I could demolish my house and have proper people rebuild one and drill a well closer to the house. That is an excellent reason. And Melinda says, more time. Definitely. Kat says, Yum, Stormy. Melinda says, I think we have some control over the money we have, but less over time. Yeah, I agree. Everybody has the same amount of hours in a day, which is a crazy thought. Like you and like a billionaire, same number of hours. It's all about what you do with it. Kat says, Hey, Keaton. I'll have to let him know when he gets back that you all were saying hi. Melinda says, What is your Subway order? Yeah, good. I'm glad that I told you that. And Jessica says, Sigh, I miss Subway. I'm sorry. Dietary restrictions suck. Miss Starbucks says, Okay, number one, it will be. Thanks for helping me out. Well, don't thank me yet until you find out whether it's a good book or not. Because maybe it is or maybe it's not. He says, I love the Keaton and Barker cameos. Yeah, I'm happy to see that they, like, especially Keaton is comfortable just like walking in. Because I remember when I first started doing this that I don't think that he was comfortable quite coming on camera. I'm considering asking him to be in an upcoming video. I don't know if he's going to be like cool with that or not. So we will see. You might just be stuck with me in perpetuity, and that's okay with me if it's okay with you. Robert says, hashtag I stand with Blimpies. Okay, Robert, let's talk. Blimpies was like my childhood sandwich shop, and Blimpies went away from the area that I live. And I actually had to tell Keaton how shocked I was when we were traveling and I saw a sign on the highway that had Blimpies on it, because where he's from, they don't even freaking have that sub place. And I didn't know that any of them even still existed, because they don't anymore in my hometown. But I loved the way that they cut their meats, and I went in there all the time to get ice cream with my mama. And I remember I always got like the rainbow ice cream, and my mouth was blue and purple for pretty much the rest of the day whenever I would go and eat with my mama. So you are justified in saying that you stayed with Blimpies. And Emily says, Heidi, I would love a tiny home for a vacation stay. Yeah, that would be fun. If like I didn't necessarily live in it all the time, I think I would be more comfortable. I don't know. I would really get to see how I feel not owning that many material things living in a tiny house. So that probably would be a good exercise for me. Melinda says, that is one of my problems with audiobooks. I have to move while I listen or I fall asleep. Yeah, absolutely. Storm says, I could live in a tiny house as long as I had a large storage building for my own library. Well, at that point, your storage building would just be a library, right? So you'd have a tiny house and a library. And Christina says, hi, Stormy. And Storm says, hi, Christina. Christina says, chili is done. Oh, now done, and hubby is home, going to eat now. Well, I hope that cornbread and chili is awesome. Jessica says it's called Rage under his pseudonym. Oh, yeah. I know exactly which one you're talking about because it inspired a school shooting. Because when you said that it was a book that was no longer in print, that's the only one of his books I know of that is no longer in print. I could be wrong, and maybe there's another one, but that's the one that I knew about because after it inspired a school shooting, Stephen King openly said, like, I don't want this to ever be out there ever again in case somebody else gets a hold of it and it causes any sort of harm. And so good on him for that. I appreciate him for that. He said, I only found out about it a couple days ago, so I thought it was recent, but he pulled it quite a few years ago. Yeah, it's an old one for sure. Storm says, Jessica, is the book you bought Rage? Yeah. And Jessica says, as part of the original, part of the original Bachman books. Yeah. I still think it's cool that he published under a pseudonym just to be able to see whether his books, were a big deal because of him or because of his writing style. And he found out that it was because of his writing style and then, could come out and be like, see, it was me all along. Alicia says, yes, I have allergies, but they have been horrible this year. And right now the sinus pressure is almost unbearable. Lots of meds and warm compresses. Oh, my thoughts to you for a quick recovery on that and that it gets better. I'm so sorry. Storm says, that is what I thought, as it's only Stephen King book I thought was hard to get without the money. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I never really thought about people selling copies of that book for more money that like Rage would be a collector's item because I don't have any interest in buying it, but it makes a lot of sense that it would be because Jessica's right. As time goes, it's only going to increase in value, especially after he passes away. And Kaz says, during the sprint, I sent emails to you, Alex, and Heidi. I also signed up on the Libby app and talked to my hubby who just got back from Walmart shopping. Awesome. You were productive. And I will look at that email. Emily says, Robert Barker table tennis because at Hangouts, everyone could try beating him. That's true. Yeah. But here's the thing. Barker would try to grab the ball and then he wouldn't want to give it up because he's not one of those dogs that likes to play fetch. He just wants to play keep away. And Magnolia says, I'm going to change my answer to money as well because with more money, you will gain more time as well. So, yep, money for me as well is changing up aloud. It is. Absolutely. Robert says, Emily, that would get 20 million views on YouTube. Probably. Barker would definitely be more famous than me, and I accept this. Jessica says, Storm, there are some that go for $500. My mom found one that was going for $12,000. Apparently, it's one of the most sought after out of print books that are out there. I had no idea. You just blew my mind, Jessica. I have been educated. Kat says April is flying like the rest of the year. I know. Well, I mean, that's good and bad because like I'm really ready for the warm weather, but it's bad because it means that the warm weather will be over that much sooner. And Miss Starbucks says I vote for table tennis as well. And Kat says time is finite. Yes. You said 168 hours in a week, which is not enough time. And Storm says, Jessica, wow. Jessica says, yeah, 225 New Zealand is pretty good deal looking at that. Yeah, no doubt. You got a steal. Bargain. Carissa says, I'm super basic when it comes to my Subway order. I get ham, double bacon with lettuce, tomato, and mayo. Nice. And Miss Starbucks says, no, actually, time is infinite. Time doesn't exist in the universe, actually, Kat. Well, you are right that the way that we measure time is a construct. And if we were, infinite beings, then we would not perceive time the way that everybody else does. But we are human and our brains have to measure time linearly because that's the way that we function. So to us, there's some time. And Alicia says, I haven't had Subway in years, but Wawa hoagies are delicious. Never had a Wawa hoagie. I have been getting them lately or making my own at home. Cool. Love it. Kat says, well, our time on Earth is finite. You'll eventually run out of it, sadly. Yeah, that is true. Jessica says, I only fell asleep because my cat brought me presents at 4:30 this morning. Oh, yeah. Gotta love that. Miss Starbucks says, that is true, Kat. I understand what you mean. Luckily, our souls are infinite. And Carissa says, I didn't know that. I'd never read Rage, but I would still love to read it. And Magnolia says, well, whenever I find that book at a flea market, I know I should pick it up. Yeah, if you ever found one of those, now you know. Jamie, hello. Welcome back. You said, hi, Alex. Just got back from my pantry shift and I would want more time. Yeah, me too, Jamie. So, welcome back to you and everybody. It's going to be time for the next sprint. So, let me know, would you like it to be 30 or 45 minutes? I can do either. We already have 45 on the clock, but I can change it up. So, just let me know. Kat saying, hey, Jamie. Waiting for Fast Draw McGraw. There we go. Cat at 45 again. You got it, Cat. Absolutely. And that also means that I got to get you all your next question. Let's see. I think this is another good one. Would you rather need to sleep for 12 hours every day or never sleep again? I think this is another good time question. So it's not about money and time, it's just about time and how you spend it. Jessica was also saying 45, so perfect. All right, so be sure to answer that question. Let me know why. And I'm going to go ahead and get 45 minutes running up on the clock so I can eat my sandwich. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. I made it to page 246. Let me know how you did with your reading. I'm at a super interesting part of the book that is confusing, and I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Like, confusing in a fun way of discovery, if that makes sense. So, before we left, I asked you all the question: would you rather need to sleep for 12 hours every day or never sleep again? And I am super curious to hear your answers. And Carissa was the first and said, I would rather sleep for 12 hours every day. I work third shift and I'm always tired. That's a fair reason. Faye says, never sleep again. I've always hated sleeping. I've never been any good at it. And Kat says, never sleep again. With more money to own my time and getting the time it takes to sleep, I'd really have loads of time to do everything I wanted to do and see everything, everyone I want to see. Yes, absolutely. I 100% agree with you. I would be somebody that would never want to sleep again as long as there wasn't some sort of catch where you never had to sleep, but you always felt tired. Like, I don't want that, like, to feel like I need to sleep but can't. I just want to have, like, endless amounts of energy to accomplish all of the things that I wanna do. So that's kinda how I'm interpreting that rule. Kat says, "Faye, I don't sleep well either." Mary Lou says, I can't decide. I like sleeping, but 12 hours is a bit much. I also enjoy sleeping. I like the peace that comes with it, but I can tell you that for me, the longer that I sleep, the worse my body feels. Like the longer that I lay down, I end up being like stiff and kind of sore. So I don't want to sleep for 12 hours. And Robert says, sleeping 12 hours, you just add to your routine up 24 hours a day every day? No, that's fair. Oh, by the way, Robert, Keaton came in to visit me during the last sprint because I had my supper and I was telling him about your question. And Keaton goes, so what was the right answer? And I told him about like how Barker would play keep away with the table tennis ball and how for Keaton, if his was roller derby, that, it could be depending on how good of a skater he was, good or bad. And he said, oh, it would be hilarious because I've only skated twice. And so I asked him if he would actually go skating with me, and he said yes. So at some point, I will get to actually see him skate. So I guess that's the one that I'm going with. And Jessica says, that's difficult. Sleep is important for overall health. And when you get a good night's sleep, it feels really good, but 12 hours is excessive. Yeah, I agree. He said, I think if it didn't affect my health, I would choose to never sleep again. So many things could be accomplished when awake. Funny that. Yeah, I agree. Heidi says, I think most of the robots in the sci fi stories still need to recharge, like in All Systems Red and Clara and the Sun. Two books that I really need to read, and I'm interested in reading both of them. But you're right, like, a lot of them don't have just perpetual energy, right? Like, it's not just continuous all the time, that some of them have to recharge or get new batteries or get new parts. Of course, not in all series, but you're right, for some. That's a good thought. Harvard says, reading, I'll switch to sci-fi short story Dell book collection in the upcoming 30-minute sprint. And there's a Norman Spinred tale, The Rules of the Road, that I will start. Awesome. I also find it funny that you're assuming the next sprint is going to be 30 minutes because it's going to be whatever the first person wants it to be. And Melinda says, I would opt for the sleep. I love to sleep and I don't get enough of it as it is. All right. And Emily says, sleep 12 hours. If we didn't need to sleep, then society would be built around being awake 24 hours. And I like sleeping. It's funny you say that because I do kind of feel like our society is almost built around being busy and effective 24 hours. And it doesn't necessarily have to be that society would be awake for 24 hours. It could just be you. So, how much could you accomplish? Because I could easily see, I mean, you're absolutely right that if like all of a sudden all people didn't need to sleep, we would end up, instead of working, 8 to 12 hour days, we'd be working like 16-hour days. And that doesn't sound fun at all. And Melinda says, finish what I plan to read, and Death Comes for the Archbishop today. Nice. I put myself on a schedule for this since I have too many books going at once. Well, that is a great routine and habit to develop, so good for you. Jamie says, I got to 51% in my book, The Other Name by John Fosse or Fosse, not sure, and made bacon, eggs, and toast for a late lunch. Very, very nice. Kat says, I'm procrastinating. I watched 2 YouTube videos, Stormy and Lee's middle grade May announcement. Cool, awesome. Texted my brother-in-law in town who helped my parents out with a couple of things and ate ice cream. Overall, that was a good sprint. I spent 15 minutes eating and talking to Keaton, so, I wasn't reading the whole time either. Kat says, butter pecan ice cream. Kat, you are truly a kindred spirit. Butter pecan is like my favorite ice cream flavor. Truly, it really is. I love butter pecan in a waffle cone. Love it. Jessica says, help me choose The Old Man and the Sea by Hemingway, The Scarlet Veil by someone, or Daughter of Gloria Vale. I'm going to go with The Scarlet Veil because I think that title sounds interesting, and I also find it hilarious that you didn't put who it was by. So I'm going to go with that one. And Jamie says, no sleep so long as I can meditate or something to keep my brain happy. Yes, you could do anything you wanted with that time. Robert says, dating advice, I'm your man. And Christina says, oh, I think I'm full. I just want more cornbread. That's awesome. And Melinda says, I really need to read Clara and the Sun. Me too. And Kat says, I figured there was no negative effects in our world. If I could read today, goodness. No negative effects in our would you rather scenario. And you could, I guess, relax. You're not continuously moving. Yes, absolutely. You could rest. You're just awake all the time. So, yes. Christina says, we don't make it all that often. So when I do, I have issues. Cornbread's just that good. I'm that way with corn cake. You put corn cake in front of me and I just need to eat it all the time. Mary Lou says, I finished my cozy mystery and started the next one in the series. Lovely. Heidi says, Alex, did you go to that Portland bookstore already and get your 24 books? Is the trip this summer? Yes, it's in July. So it hasn't happened yet, but it's coming. It's on the way. And I'm really excited about it. I've collected so many coins, y'all. It's so many. I think Keaton told me I only have, because he gave me, how many do I have left?
2 more.
I have 2 left. He's so sweet. He was listening. But yeah, I got my little treasure chest over there that you can, if I can point. There it is. That's my little treasure chest that has my coins in it. And each coin is worth 2 books. So super exciting. And Miss Starbucks says, I don't know. It depends on if you keep the energy, if you never sleep again, or are you really tired all the time? See, that's what I'm saying. No, I would not pick that if I was tired all the time. Christina says, butter pecan ice cream. I may be able to find room for that. Yeah, me too. I love butter pecan. And Miss Starbucks says, lavender scent can help you sleep better. Yeah, lavender would probably be good for sleep. I can tell you that eucalyptus helps with stress because I have like a body wash that I use that's like a de-stressing one. And I've used it, funny enough, since college because I used to wake up every day with anxiety about like going to class and having projects and presentations and businesses that I was working with. And so that was like the one thing to help me kind of like relax. So I also am a big fan of like eucalyptus and mint smells. And you said, I finished my book. Good job. Happy for you. Christina says, wait, what is sleep? Kat says, yeah, Magnolia. And Melinda says, is that Powell's? Powell's is my happy place. Yes, it is Powell's, Melinda. I am so excited because I've never been there and I get to go with some of my favorite people. So it's going to be an awesome time. And Christina says, we did not have milk, so we made it with heavy whipping cream. And oh my, oh yeah, that sounds great. Miss Starbucks says, I will go to sleep now. Okay, well, you have a wonderful evening, Magnolia, and I hope you have a fabulous weekend as well. She said, bye-bye all. I also wanted to show you all something I got from a really cute store the day that we were watching the eclipse, which of course was this past Monday. I got to travel to an area with Totality, and it was a really fun trip. Fortunately, the traffic was not anywhere close to what people were saying it was, but maybe that's just because I'm a good driver who left early and didn't do anything crazy. I don't know, but I didn't have any problems. But we got to go to like this little downtown area that had these cute little shops. And this is a a handcrafted bookmark. So like the back is this kind of like like felt. Yeah, like a felt material. And then there's this cardboard with a print and it's stitched. This little dog is stitched. It says, "Outside a dog, a book is man's best friend. Inside a dog, it's too dark to read," by Groucho Marx. And I love this, and I'm really excited to use it. And also, if any of you got to see the eclipse, what did you think of it? The like Canada area, at least in the Montreal location, is supposed to be getting one. It's in like 2044. So, it's heading on that way. But for me, it was probably once in a lifetime experience. So I was really glad that I got to see it. And Melinda says, "My one tip for Powell's, the main store, is to get a map. You'll need it." Do they actually have a map, like a printed map inside the store, or one that I could get on the website? Because I will absolutely print one and take one in. Because I know that it's huge, and that's one of the reasons why I want to go, is because that's actually an entire day. Like the boys and I, when we go, I told them that like that's my big thing, is that I want to go to Powell's and I'm going to get like pretty much a whole day at the store. And I'm going to freak out. It's going to be great. And Christina says, "Love the bookmark." Thank you. I thought it was really cute. And the creator, had made like a bunch of different ones. I wanted the one with a dog, of course, but there were like a ton of different patterns and designs. Mary Lou said, "We had 93%. And I loved seeing it." That's so cool. I'm happy for you. I did not get like any great photos, but I have a friend, like one of my very close friends is a photographer, and he sent me some, and they were incredible. So very impressive. I'm just glad that I got to experience it, like to just be able to take my glasses off and actually look up. And Melinda says, "Yep, I think you can get one on the website, but they have them at the store." That's so cool that a bookstore has a map in it. And Kat says, "Your bookmark is cute. Happy you get to see the solar eclipse. I watched on TV. We saw nothing here in my area." Boo! I'm sorry to hear that. All right, you said that this is Subway's Chipotle and Baja. So Chipotle did their own Miss Vicky's chips that you can only get at Subway.
Sponsored by Miss Vicky's.
Honestly, that's pretty good. Yeah,
It's different,
very
isn't
good.
it?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, honey. My favorite, I think, is still the salt and vinegar, because I'm that pickle gal.
Uh-huh.
Jessica says New Zealand is getting one in Dunedin in 2028. Total solar eclipse. That's so cool. I hope you go and see it. That's fabulous. Ida says, "Do you have your list of 24 books ready already? Christmas in July." I have a list of books that I will be on the lookout for, but I fully anticipate, because of like it's going to be hundreds of thousands of books that are there, that I'm probably going to find some stuff that I didn't even know that I wanted to read. And there's no way that like I would be able to choose only 24 and stick to those 24 for the trip, because I might end up seeing something and I'm like, "Oh, I got to get that," or "Oh, I've heard so much about that." And that seems to happen to me all the time, especially on here, because I talk with you all. I get book recommendations all the time. So I'm kind of just going with an idea of some things I might look for, but who knows what I'm going to leave with. And that's why when I come back and I get to show you what I got, it's going to be a really big surprise for probably all of us. JB says, "I'm starting to think about which books might be a great buddy reads for May. So far, noteworthy fiction." Yeah, Nicole and I are set to do Quo Vadis next month. Yes, I think you all were talking about that on one of my sprints in the past. So very nice. I'm happy for you that you get to do a buddy read. Buddy reads are fun. Faye says, "We had clouds, not in totality, but it was weird that everything went dim and the wind went still." We were super lucky because it was supposed to be cloudy all day, and we actually ended up being able to see it. So I don't know how we got so lucky, or how that one day was the most beautiful day of spring that we have gotten so far this year, but I was like, thank you. Heidi says, Jamie, Nicole said she would be interested in reading Manda Scott's Boudica Dreaming the Eagle, maybe Alex too. Yes, I am interested in reading that, especially since everybody's saying how amazing it is. I would have to get a library copy. If I'm sure if it's popular, the library probably does have it. It would just be a matter of whether anybody's checked it out. But yeah, that would be cool. Something for May. I'd be interested in that. Faye says, I swear it hurts even more to put a book or two back when you're buying a huge stack than to put a dozen back when you're buying only one. I agree, because it feels like, because when you can only buy one book, you know that you have to be selective. But when you can buy like 24 and you have to put one back, you're like, I'm sorry, it's you, it's not me. I can't take you. Sorry about you. Maybe next time. I still feel good about my buying habits though, because I really don't think that even after I go to Powell's and I'm allowed to buy books again, because my book buying ban for myself will officially be over at that point. I am still going to try to utilize my library, to not go overboard, to not keep just adding to the TBR and not reading books. It's really important to me to get better about that. I do believe when people say like buying books and reading books are two different hobbies, because they kind of are, because it's easy to collect books and it can be harder to get through all of them. And I want to be good about it. So I don't know. We'll see. I'm going to try to keep myself honest, but you all can keep me honest too. So do let me know in the comments how long you would like the next sprint to be, and then I can give you all your next question. We can get back to reading. Gosh, it's already been 2 hours and 20 minutes. I love it that the days are longer now, that the sun stays out, because when I was doing these in like January, it was already freaking night outside. Kat is quick on the draw every time tonight. Love it. 45. And Melinda agreed again. 45. You got it. And Jessica said 45 with Dr. Evil, Pinky, and all. If you know, you know. You're so fun. So I was really happy that I got to join your sprints, Jessica. So I hope that you've been having fun doing those, that you feel good about them. It's a good way to get out there and meet people. It's fun. All right, 45 minutes. So that makes it easy because I already got it up on the clock. And now I got to ask y'all another question. And that would be, I'm going to get to see how mean some of you are. This is going to be interesting. Would you rather get $1 every time you compliment a stranger, or $100 every time you insult a stranger? I get to see your true colors. And Kat says, I love doing sprints. Yes, and you're very good at them, Kat. So that is only natural. Jessica says, yes, thank you for coming to my sprint. You are most welcome anytime. Christina says 45 minutes. I knew what you meant. Jessica, you're good. My springs. My sprints. Yes. So go ahead and think about your answer to this question. I can see Jessica's already ruminating about it. And I've got 45 minutes up on the clock. And I will see you on a little bit. Happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I think my book is possibly starting to pick up, maybe. So we'll see. There was kind of like a lull for a while, but on page 261, finally got the name drop of the title of the book. It happened. You usually wait to see like if it's ever going to show up in the book, and it did in this one. Also, I didn't show you all the bookmark I'm currently using for Our Share of Night. I have a small collection of bookmarks that are for horror writers. So, of course, this one's H.P. Lovecraft. And there's different things from his books that are in here. And then I have one for Stephen King and also one for Edgar Allan Poe. The one for Stephen King is red, and he's in the Pennywise suit with like little things from like The Shining and whatnot in his, and then Edgar Allan Poe's is purple, which is really fun. Kat, I'm sure you would like the one that's the Poe one. Before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather get $1 every time you compliment a stranger or $100 every time you insult a stranger? And I'm very curious to see what you all had to say, but I have a feeling most of you are going to be super sweet. And Jessica sent the little devil face, but I don't believe it for a second. I think that you would be nice. Mary Lou says, $1 for a compliment. I can't imagine going around insulting strangers. Me either, Mary Lou. And Kat says $1 because compliments give happiness boosts, and we could all use a boost of happiness. Yeah, that's so true. And like, I guess hypothetically, you could even like make a business out of giving, like you could make a business out of making people feel good, and you could earn a living and make other people happy, which would be honestly like the best job ever. I would take that job in a heartbeat. Heidi says, since it's finally warmer here in New York, we are starting having happy hour again in our sunroom. Cool. A Rolling Rock and baseball on the radio. Small things. Oh, that makes me so happy for you. I love it. Love it when the warm weather brings joy. Faye says $1 for every compliment. You get a compliment and you get a compliment. Everybody gets a compliment. Yes, I like that as well. Jamie says, I'd rather have the $100. If I get $1 every time I compliment folks, will think I'm just after the money. While if I get $100 for insults, they'll also assume I don't mean it because of the money. Ah, okay. I see your logic there. So you are assuming that other people know that you're making money, and therefore that applies to how you are like dishing things out. That's interesting because for me, in my mind, it was that I would know that I would make the money, but other people wouldn't. And therefore, like if I gave somebody a compliment, it could still be genuine. Like even if I knew I was going to make $1, I could still make somebody else happy by like saying something nice. So that's interesting. That like motive can be determined by whether the person thinks you're being sincere or not. Heidi says, my sister told me the other day that I am mean, so I probably rack up thousands already. Heidi, I have a really hard time believing that because you have never been mean to me. And anybody who loves their son as much as you love yours cannot be a mean person to me. I mean, unless you're like, oh, yeah, I get road rage, in which case, like, a lot of people get road rage. But I don't think that, I don't know what you mean when your sister says that she thinks that you're mean. I don't think that you're mean, if that's any consolation. Robert says, I should have been getting $100 a day for years. I'll go with compliment a stranger because I have no idea what that's like. Oh, is that because of all your driving in New York, Robert? It's just everybody like screaming at each other. Diane says, neither. Kindness is the way to live. Insults are a dime a dozen and not worth my energy. A joke is a joke, Alex, as long as I'm not intentionally cruel. Hashtag be kind. Hashtag love and hashtag karma. Yeah, I do believe that you tend to get back what you put out there, which is why I always prefer to be a kind person, is because I have found that people are typically kind back to me. Not everybody. Like some people in the world are just hurting and they want others to hurt too, as like cheesy as that might sound. But yeah, kindness is just the way to be. I do agree with that. Emily says $100 per insult. If I'm motivated to compliment people, I'd fear that they would become hollow and superficial. Just because I can make money doesn't mean I have to do it. There you go. I like that too. You're not incentivized to insult people, but if you ever did, you're like, I meant it. Give me my $100. And Jessica says, read 3 chapters before Kitty Cuddles had toe paid. Also, $100 per insult. I could become a comedian because they get away with it, and that money would complement ticket sales. Yeah, I guess there definitely are some jobs where like insulting people is just part of it. So there you go. You could also theoretically, at run fairs, how they have the person that's like behind the wall where you throw like tomatoes at them and they're supposed to insult you in order for you to like hit them. You could make so much money because each of those people gets like 3 or 4 insults every time that they throw a tomato. So I mean, you could be making like a year's salary in like a week if you think about it. I did not consider that, but that's a possibility. Melinda says, $1 per compliment. I couldn't live with myself if I intentionally insult people, no matter how much money I got. Yeah, I'm with you. I feel bad when I unintentionally hurt people's feelings, like intentionally trying to hurt somebody. I don't know that I would be able to sleep at night. I would just go to bed feeling like a horrible human being. And Kat says, during the sprint, I did a little bit of organizing, also posted photos on Instagram for National Library Week. Woohoo! I visited Andrew at the library he works at in Baton Rouge. I think it's really cool that he works at a library, Kat. That's fantastic. And well done on being productive. Kat says, same, Melinda. And he said, "I'd love Poe and King." Yeah, their bookmarks are awesome. They were custom. Well, they weren't custom for me, but they were custom made on Etsy, and I thought the artist was very creative. And the prints are nice too because they have that gloss on them. Jamie says, "I got to 60% of my book. It's pretty good so far. I love to hear it. That's great. Also, be sure to go ahead and put in the comments how long you would like the next sprint to be." I will say, if we end up doing 2 more 45 minutes, then I'm probably gonna say that this is the second to last sprint, so we'll have this one and then one other after it. Um, Even if we were, well, I'm trying to think. So if we did one for 30 minutes, that would be putting us at about 3 hours and 45 minutes, right? And then if we did, I don't know, even another half hour or 45 after that, we'd still be well over the 4-hour mark. So yeah, I'm still gonna say this will be our second to last sprint. And Kat says, you could always donate the compliment money to a good cause. That is true too. And I love that, Kat. That's awesome. And Robert says, 30 minutes. He was quick on the draw. Good job, Robert. You got your 30 minutes, which means you can read your short stories in your 30-minute block. And JB says, my siblings would probably take turns doing the insulting to rack up the money for buying more books. Yeah, you can buy a lot of books even with one insult. That's very true. Although less today than, like 30 years ago, but still. All right, let me, for the first time tonight, get the clock changed over here. I'm going to do 30 minutes. This will be the second to last sprint, which means I need to get you guys your second to last question. Let's see. All of mine so far have been either about time or money, which, believe it or not, was not intentional at all. It just is funny that it worked out that way. So how about this? Are you a spring cleaner, doing extra in the spring or the same amount all year round? Do tell, because some people, they really love spring cleaning and it's like a special time of year, and other people it's like they just do that kind of cleaning all year round. So do tell me, like, what is your cleaning process? Like, how do you declutter and feel good heading into the warm months? And I got my 30 minutes up on the clock, and I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I got my little extra lights that I'm using right now because it's gotten dark in here. I need to get another lamp because I notice usually by the time I get to my last sprint, my eyes are kind of straining. So I was like, yay, little neck light. I have made it to page 275, and it's I'm at a pretty gory part with a pretty serious injury. So it was an interesting place to leave off on. I'll put it that way. So before we left, I asked you all the question: are you a spring cleaner, doing extra in the spring, or the same amount all year round? And I gotta go back here. Let's see. Mary Lou said, I am not a spring cleaner. LOL. Too much work. That is true. Some people, they go all out, they're like washing the walls and, it could be a lot of stuff that you do, which is a lot of work. Kat says, same cleaning all year round. That's what I do too. Kat is like, I have a list of things that I like to go through and like periodic times when I take care of them. The main thing I do in the spring that's probably a little bit different is I am definitely more motivated to throw stuff out, like to donate things. So when we had our first good weather for the season, I had like this massive pile of stuff that I was giving away to Goodwill that I had kept all winter long. I just had no motivation to take it over there. And all of a sudden we had a beautiful day where I could roll the windows down in the car and I like loaded everything up and took it all over. It's like, oh, that's done. And I like to organize things a lot, like especially stuff in the garage and whatnot when the weather is nice. Faye says, you're assuming I clean. And Jessica says, cleaning. I go through periods of cleaning at home. Usually once a month, I will do a decent deep clean. But, sometimes a gal doesn't want to clean. That's true. Sometimes you just like don't have the motivation. Emily says, as a minimalist, can't help but clear clutter monthly and deep clean every other month. That's awesome. That's nice to keep a nice clean space. Cleanliness can help with like concentration and good feelings. And Jessica says, 2 chapters read and coffee. Nice. And you also said, also leftover pizza for lunch. Very nice. What kind of pizza? Like, what do you put on your pizza? Jamie said, I prefer to do spring cleaning in summer when it's hot and dry so that things like rugs and carpets can dry faster. That's a really good point. I am planning to do a nice scrub of my rugs when the summer sun can just bake them outside and help them dry. I'm going to like get some cardboard out there and like shampoo my rugs because I have one that's this really like high pile. It's like 2-inch threads or something. So it's a super shaggy rug, but Barker likes to eat his bones on it and go and lay on it and generally just funk it up. And I gotta get that cleaned. It's what my dining table sits on, so it's gonna be an adventure to pick up my fully wooden dining table and like take it off of the rug. Fortunately, I have Keaton to help me because when I built that table, it was before I met him and I did it all by myself. That and the chairs. Melinda says, I have no answer to this question. I am a terrible housekeeper. Well, that can't be true. I'm sure you do some cleaning. Maybe you just like spread it around like to other people. You delegate tasks. That's what it is. You delegate tasks. And Robert says, I read Sunrise on Mercury by Robert Silverberg. Spring cleaning, the nice weather has to be cleaning out closets and getting rid of dust collecting junk. There you go. Very nice. Kat says, I'm writing a book review for Restart on Goodreads. Sweet. So productive. And Faye says, I'm at a gory part of the Angel of Indian Lake too. Yeah, well, I like that we're both reading a horror story right now. This book, the farther I go into it, the more confused about my feelings on it are. I honestly think that this is going to be one of those stories where the ending cinches it for me because I'm I'm almost yeah, I think I'm almost no. God, I forgot how long this book is. I still got a little ways to go before I'm quite halfway there, but I'm getting there. I'm close enough to the halfway point. And it's just I don't know, the pacing of this is quite strange. And JB says, I got to 68% main characters rambling about religion, and clearly I read lots of thrillers because now I expect him to be a creepy psycho. There you go. And Robert says, washing the walls? Question mark. Yes, that is something that people do where they will take like rags, and I think some people might use soap, but a lot of people just use water and they will like wipe down their walls from top to bottom and like clean them for any dirt streaks. I mean, here's the thing, chances are is your walls probably aren't that dirty unless you have like people bumping into them or like animals rubbing against them all the time. Like I know in Barker's area, he can get like mud on some stuff like when he's going in and out of the door, but for the most part, like the walls of my house are pretty clean. But my friend who does wash her walls has small children, so that might have something to do with why she needs to wash her walls. I mean, I know I was a menace to my poor mom, and I don't remember this at all, but I used to write on my walls with Sharpie marker, and I wrote my alphabet. My mama was very proud. My mom was trying to show my mama that I was bad writing on the wall in Sharpie, and my mama said, "Oh, but look at how good she did. Look at her alphabet." You could tell how much I was loved. So, but yeah, I was very bad. Children can ruin your walls. Faye says, a very good impression of the emoji, Alex. Thank you. I have an incredibly expressive face. It's one of the reasons why when I am an old lady, I will be heavily wrinkled, but you will be able to tell all of the emotions I had throughout my entire life. And Jessica says, ham and pineapple because I can't spell Hawaiian. You were very close. It's just one A. It's so it's Hawai Hawaii AN. Yes, I think I got that right. I'm a terrible speller, so maybe am not the person who should be answering that question. Melinda says, I got back to reading How to Say Babylon. I'm still early in it, but the writing is gorgeous. And I love that it's gorgeous for you. I love good writing. Jamie says, if people smoke in a room, the walls do get gross. That is true. Nicotine stains, that's a real thing. My dad told me about how my grandfather was a chain smoker for years, and the home that he lived in when they like moved my grandfather out to go and stay with my dad, when they took the pictures down off of the walls, you could see what the color of the paint was supposed to be behind the paintings, and like how yellow and nicotine covered everything else was. So that's true. You do have to wash your walls in that case. Jessica says, I spot clean my walls. That's good. You get one of those little dry erase magic markers. And use one of the, or not magic marker. What am I thinking? Magic erasers. There we go. The Mr. Clean magic erasers. I use some of those at work. I have like a box of them at work to get like scuffs out of the walls. And we're nearing on our very last sprint, everybody. Last sprint for the evening. So what is our last sprint time going to be? I'm definitely going to get more water. If you haven't been staying hydrated, this is your reminder right now to hydrate. And Emily says, Alex, Roizen's reading did that book for book club back in October, which might be of interest for you when you finish. That is of interest to me. Thank you. I will make a note of it right now. Good to go check out somebody else. Thank you. All right, and Kat was first again, 45. So our last sprint will be 45 minutes. Kat, I did want to mention to you that I said to Keaton how interested I am in learning how to drive a stick shift car, and I know that that's what you drive, and so I am planning, maybe, hopefully, sometime this summer going and taking a 3-hour class just for fun to learn how to drive a stick, because I'm debating about whether I want my next car, whenever I get it, to be like a 6-speed. So we'll see. Depends on how good I am at driving a stick. Sorry, Jessica. That's so funny. You're usually the one who's teasing me putting 60 minutes and you put 30 this time. But we are going to do 45, and Robert's just happy to be here, as always. Mary Lou said, good night, everybody. Thanks for the sprints and the conversation. Thank you, Mary Lou. So happy that you stopped by. Even if you couldn't make it for the last sprint, you were here for a lot of it. So thanks. Kat says, that's awesome, Alex. Driving a stick is so much fun. It sounds like a lot of fun. And they have 3 different levels of courses that you can take. You can do a level 1, which is for like, it's supposed to be for people who drive like UPS and like they're just kind of doing like deliveries. So it's not really for commuting. The level 2 is for people who are looking to get an actual like commuter car that they're going to be driving all the time, but up to 250 horsepower. And then they do a level 3 class for people who are going to buy supercars, which I'm obviously not going to do that. So I would be taking the level 2 course, but I do think it's cool that they offer that. Like you can learn, all the different ways. Kat says, night, Mary Lou. Jessica says, it's because I have to pick up my book. That's fair. Got to pick up your book. And Emily says, I keep trying to learn from family. Think a class might be the way to go. Yeah, well, when you have instructors that, they know the ways to teach and they also provide the car, which is really nice as well. So then you don't have to worry about like damaging a family member's car. And hopefully they will also be patient because they're instructors and they're being paid to do that. And I didn't think that the class costs were that unreasonable. It depends on your area, but the one company I was looking at, they have them like all over the country, and theirs for the 3-hour class is like $225. So it's what, $75 an hour for the instructor. I think for me, I think that's pretty good if you're doing it for fun or you need to learn for your job. So yeah. And Kat says, I think a course is amazing. He said, my dad taught my sister and me. I taught both of my boys. That's really cool. Neither of my parents drive a stick. The only person in my life who ever drove a stick was my best friend's mom. And she forced my friend, who was my best friend growing up, to learn how to drive it. And it always stressed out Allie. That was my friend's name. And like watching Allie agonize about that made me, when I was younger, feel like I never wanted to learn how to do that. But now that I'm older, I'm like, I think that would be fun. So now I want to do it for fun. But anyway, I just wanted to update you about that, but I gotta set the timer here for 45 minutes for our very last sprint of the evening. And I'm going to get you our very last question as well. And this is just a simple one because I was thinking about Ray Bradbury. And for those of you who are familiar with Ray Bradbury, then you know about his story, Dandelion Wine, which is kind of an uncommon book for him because it wasn't really sci fi and it's not like spooky or anything. It's kind of just a coming of age story, but it's an incredibly heartfelt one. And I got to thinking about how to make homemade dandelion wine. And so my question for you all is, would you try dandelion wine and have you ever had it? And I'd also be curious if any of you have not heard of it either. And Jamie says, I may try to record a Dewey's Readathon TBR video in the next sprint, keep putting it off, and the readathon starts tomorrow morning. You got this, Jamie. If that's what you want to do, I believe in you. You can do it. And I will put 45 minutes up on the clock, and I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading and filming and productivity. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did on our final sprint of the evening. I am on page 291. So I definitely made progress tonight. I am a little over halfway through the book now, which feels good. This book is taking a while for me to read, but that's also partially just my fault. So, before we left, I asked you all our final question of would you try dandelion wine and have you ever had it? I'm really curious to hear what you had to say. So let's see. Da, da, da. Oh, I had missed this comment from Emily saying, reading an actual book for the last sprint, Hood Feminism by Mickey Kendall. Awesome. I hope that's going well. Faye says, I'm about to read Dandelion Wine, but no, I wouldn't drink it because I don't drink alcohol. I drink dandelion tea, though. Okay, that's the next best thing. Kat says, I've never drunk dandelion wine, but I'd try it. And Christine says, oh, missed that chatty bit. Oh, that's okay. No worries. And Jessica says, dandelion has so many health benefits if you believe in herbal medicine. Haven't heard of dandelion wine. Would try it. We have dandelion coffee here, which I think is the same as tea. Okay. Yeah, there was this one recipe I found for dandelion wine because I was really curious about how to make it because that's like something that's an old fashioned recipe. How to make dandelion wine at home and I wanted to read this to you all of what was in it. So, of course, you need like a lot of dandelions, and you have to actually pluck them off of the little green part that holds all the petals. Otherwise, it will turn out being really bitter. But this recipe calls for 3 quarts of dandelion petals, 1 gallon of water, 2 oranges with the peel, preferably organic, 1 lemon with the peel. She basically puts everything preferably organic. 3 pounds of sugar, 1 package of wine yeast or champagne yeast, and 1 pound of raisins. So, uh, I mean, it sounds really sweet. And one of the things that intrigued me so much in the book Dandelion Wine is how it's described as tasting like summer. Like you drink it and that's like what you think of with summertime. Kind of like how like cinnamon and pumpkin can make you think of fall. And I would definitely try it. I don't know that I would want to take the time to make it because that'd be a significant amount of dandelions. And if I went through all of that effort and then I hated it, that would be a bummer. But I would try it if somebody else made it. And Jessica says it acts as a stimulant to the brain in a similar vein as actual coffee, but it has no caffeine. That would probably be something that would be helpful for me because I don't react very well to caffeine in a lot of cases. Robert says dandelion wine too sweet. Okay, good to know. Wait, so you've actually had it. Jamie says, I don't think I've had dandelion wine, but I've had pancakes with dandelion petals in the batter. Were they sweet? Did it taste floral in any way? Curious. Christine says, probably not because I don't really like wine, but maybe dandelion tea. Okay. So anybody who's not interested in the wine is gravitating towards tea and coffee. So very fair. Melinda says, I've never had dandelion wine, but my husband has and said it's pretty good. Okay. Sweet. Christina says, I read a little and chatted a lot. Again. Yes, that's one of the things we love about you, Christina. Keep it up. Jamie says, I did not read, but I did record my TBR video, which is uploading now. I always have huge TBRs relative to the time available, but I love to have options. Very cool and good job on getting your filming done. You did it. And Emily says, never heard of dandelion wine. Would definitely try because sounds interesting. Haven't ever tried flower-based wine. I don't think I have either. I've tried a lot of wines in my time, mostly of like different fruit, but I don't think I've ever had a floral one. Though admittedly, when I've had things that were floral that aren't tea, like when I've had I don't know, like syrups and stuff. Like if you've ever had boba tea, which I'm sure most of you have tried boba tea, they have like hibiscus flavors and rose flavors that you can get that's like a syrup pump into your tea. I hate that stuff because to me it tastes entirely too floral. But if it was like naturally derived flowers, I might like that more. Not sure. Kat says, I did pretty good that sprint. I finished my book review and I read the rest of chapter 2 and Holiday Inn by James Howe, book 2 in Bunnicula series. Cute characters. Oh, Bunnicula. Yes, I love it. The bunny that sucks on vegetables and fruit. So cute. Robert says, after fermentation, does dandelion wine have alcohol? Yes, it does. It is like a true wine. It has the yeast that feed on the sugar and it turns into alcohol and ferments. So, yes. And Jamie says, by the time I added butter and syrup, I did not notice the dandelion petals in my pancakes, but I suppose they were more nutritious. That makes me want to kind of try them because I do have some friends that last year they did like fried dandelions, kind of turned them into like little. I guess it kind of is like a little cake, not quite like a pancake with dandelions in it, but like the dandelion itself got turned into like a little mini cake. I'm not sure. I'll have to ask. And Alicia said, I haven't been able to read, maybe more tomorrow. I checked on my sons, cut my husband's hair, broke the clippers, no, and ordered new ones, put kiddos to bed, also took more medicine. I hope you're starting to feel better, Alicia. I really am, you poor thing. You were super productive, though. Good job for doing all that when you're not feeling great. Kicking butt, taking names. Christina says, this is my socialization. I did leave the house on Tuesday. I was planning on reading while I was out, but there were people. Yeah, people do make reading hard. I could get distracted in public. Jamie says, I love my rose black tea from King Superstore brand teas. It is not sweet, but tastes like it would want rose to taste. Oh, I would want rose to taste based on their scent. Okay, nice. Christina says, and when I had to talk to some of them, that was exhausting. Oh, yeah. Talking to people in public can be tiring, especially when you're like engaging in conversation and you're like making small talk. I find small talk more tiring than having an in depth conversation with people. Like I can talk in depth with people for many, many hours. And Alicia says, I love my tea lounge in my area. So many tea flavors. They have a wall of tea. I love that. That's so cool. I like places that specialize in teas because there's so many places here that do like coffee, but they only have like one or two kinds of tea. And it's not even always like loose leaf tea. Like nothing to me is worse than going to a coffee shop where you order a tea and they just put a bag in water. And it's like, oh, I'm so glad I paid $6 for this tea that costs 50 cents, and it's like, that's not fun. I prefer loose leaf teas anyway. I have loose leaf teas at home that I really enjoy. Alicia says, hashtag mom life sick. You just keep going. I did think about that when you were talking about all that you were doing and with your kids. It's like moms aren't really allowed to be sick in a lot of cases. Like they just have to fight through mom sick. It's not fun. I'm sorry for you. I do hope that you get some rest, that you can all go to sleep. And it is at this point, my lovelies, that I will wish you all a good night. I will bid you adieu. I will send you into the weekend with positive vibes emanating in your general direction, because that is what I hope for all of you, because that's what you deserve. And Alicia says, we have all flavors, Moroccan mint, almond biscotti, and more. Ooh, fancy. Christina says, yeah, mamas don't get days off. That's true. Alicia says, thank you. I appreciate it. You are most welcome. I said, thanks for sprints. You are welcome. Thank you for coming. And Melinda says, this was so fun. I'll try to join for at least part of the sprints next week. Oh, sorry, I did need to tell you all, I will not get to be here next week. I have a very important birthday party to go to. One of my family members is turning 50. It's a big birthday. and we're having it on Friday, so I won't be here. But hopefully, Melinda, maybe you could come the week after. I normally don't miss sprints during the week, but next week is just a special reason. Um, but I will miss you all until then. And if I end up doing a makeup sprint, I'll be sure to make a post about it as well. Kat says, thanks for sprints, Alex. Happy weekend, everyone. To you as well. And Christina says, thanks for the sprints, Alex. Have a beautiful rest of your day. You too. Thank you. Robert, you have a lovely day as well. Emily, thank you for coming. Happy weekend. Exclamation points. And Jamie says, thanks for hosting sprints. You are most welcome. Thanks for coming, Jamie. Good job getting your video done. I know, Christine, I'm sorry that I won't be here next time. Thank you for the well wishes with my family, Alicia. We'll have a good time. Celebrating 50th birthday is a big deal. And Melinda says, okay, the week after that. Have fun at the birthday party. Thank you. Yes, I look forward to seeing you then. And thanks for coming. Christina says, have fun at the party. Thank you. Kat says, we'll miss you, Alex. It's a special reason, miss. It is. Yeah, everybody take care of yourselves. Hopefully enjoy warm and good weather. I'll see you next time.